Welcome, everyone. I'd like to call the October 10th meeting of Council to order at 1:35 p.m. Could I have a mover, please? Deputy Mayor Dorenbach, seconder. Councilor Feeble-Corn. All in favor? Carried. I'd like to call on Councilor Feeble-Corn to read the land acknowledgement.
I'd like to acknowledge that the rural municipality of St. Andrews is located on Treaty 1 territory, the lands of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Oji-Cree, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the national homeland of the River of Métis. We respect the spirit and intent of treaties and treaty making and remain committed to working in partnership with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in the spirit of truth, reconciliation, and collaboration.
Thank you. Item number 3, adoption of agenda. Be it resolved that council adopt the agenda as presented or amended. Are there any additions to the following item? Councilor Feeble-Corn.
So to add a personnel staffing matter to the in-camera.
Councilor Hunt.
I'd like to make a comment or ask you if you could, council, if you could send a letter, or we can send a letter on behalf of council to Dr. Leiter for his years of service, and a letter to.
Okay, we can bring that up under new business.
Okay, thank you. And I'll move the agenda.
Okay, just remind me to read it.
Okay, thank you.
Can I have a mover, please?
So move.
Seconder. Councilor Mondover. Any further comments? All in favor? Carried. Next item is the planning and planning. Open the planning hearing. Welcome, everyone. The hearings will proceed as follows. RRPD staff will present the application. The applicant will make a presentation on the application. Those registered in support will then make a presentation. Those registered in opposed will then be called upon to present. The applicant will then have the opportunity to respond to comments or concerns raised by council or the presenters. At the end of each presentation, council may ask for clarification but will not enter into debate. Please note that all persons speaking must address the chair. At the end of the presentations, council will close the public hearing. Once the public hearing is closed, there will be no more presentations accepted on the matter. Council will then consider each matter separately and provide a decision at that time. Thank you. We'll now proceed. Be it resolved that council hereby open the public hearings for the following planning applications scheduled for October 10th, 2020. Conditional use application number 282023, 292023, 32023, 31, and 332023. Variation order number 100-2023, and subdivision application numbers S233015 and 233017. Can I have a mover, please? Favor? First matter will be conditional use number 2820235616, highway number 9. Mr. Santan Singh is here on behalf of River Planning. Our planner, could you please proceed?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Council. This is conditional use applications view 28-2023. The subject property is located at 615 Highway 9. The applicant wishes to offer a home industry to operate on the subject property in the rural residential zone. This is the use request table. As you can see, the property is zoned rural residential, and in this zone, if you need to operate a home industry, the conditional use is required. This is the location map. As you can see, the property gains access from Highway 9. This is the site plan provided by the applicant. As you can see, there is a house, existing garage, and a detached accessory structure on the property. This is the picture of the property from October 4th. The house is on this side, and this is the garage. This is the side view. There's a garage or a detached accessory at the back here. For council's consideration, like I said, the applicant wishes to establish a home business, selling a limited number of vehicles per calendar year. This application was previously rejected under C 2023-2022, and Redwood Planning directed the applicant owners to contact and consult with the neighbors before applying again. The fire department of the RM has requested for clarification on fuel storage on the site, and RM has requested additional information on the business operation. We did not receive any objections on the application during the circulation period, but we did receive objections from the neighboring residents on this property. If the council wishes to approve this application, Redwood Planning recommends 13th condition. Condition number 8 has been highlighted for council's consideration. That is the maximum number of vehicles allowed. And number 12 would be the valid period of time. Thank you. If the council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. And just so you're aware, we have 2 emails of objection have come in on the matter. Okay, Alan Baker, you are the applicant, and you're on Zoom. Mr. Baker, are you online?
Can you hear me?
Oh, there we go.
Okay. Yes, I'm representing the applicant Dmitry Demchenko, and I believe he is present in the chamber right now.
Are you okay? I have on my list Alan Baker appearing on Zoom, but you're Andrew well?
Yes, I'd forgotten that the Zoom operates through my wife's account for some reason, and I've not changed it.
Would you like to speak to the application, or I'll call on Mr. Demchenko to speak?
Oh, I'm prepared to make representations on his behalf.
Oh, then please proceed.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Council for the opportunity to attend this meeting online. I see that his application is for use as a car brokerage, as it is seems to be described as an example permitted under section 3.16.22 of the zoning bylaw. He is not applying to use the property for car repairs. By way of background, I can indicate that Mr. Demchenko and his wife and 2 children, they purchased this property about 3 years ago. The children are 12 years old and 8 years old. Mr. Demchenko works as a tow truck operator. And as a result of his work doing that, he's developed 2 medical issues that from time to time restrict his physical ability to do the job. He has 2 crushed discs in his back, and he also has damage to the meniscus in one of his knees, and both of which may require some future operation. And out of his concern for his ability to continue doing his job as a tow truck operator, he's decided to try his hand at selling cars in order to help support his family. And he's also indicated that he's going to be having his children help him in terms of cleaning and washing the vehicle. And I've reviewed with him the 13 conditions that have been set out in the recommendations from the planning department. He's agreeable to following each and every one of them. He'd like to have a maximum of 2 vehicles on site, and he'd be displaying only one at a time. And I believe that in part of his application, he has a sketch of his property, which shows that he has 7 garages on the property. he does not intend to store any fuel on the site, and he will apply for any permits or licenses that may be required. And it appears from the letter from Manitoba Transportation of October the 6th that that department has no objection to his application at present. He's not planning to put any sign up on the property to indicate his business. And he's indicated that he expects to advertise on the internet by way of Facebook or Kijiji. And he's been told by MPI that he requires to have a conditional use granted to him before it will proceed to look into his application for dealer plates. I had asked him to circulate pages of or a page of a Google map. Does council have that available?
Yeah.
And from the map, you can see that his property, where it's indicated as Master Towing, that's the name of his. Oh, I see. You're getting it now. I'll just wait until you have it.
Yeah, we have one.
Now, his property is at the corner of Highway 9 and Donald Road. I'm told that the speed limit on Highway 9 is 80 kilometers an hour, and that on Donald Road it's possibly 70. And on Highway 9 there's fairly substantial traffic from large commercial vehicles from time to time. And one can see that the fire department is basically across the street of Donald Road, and beside the fire department is the recycling depot, and I'm told that there's also a cell phone tower there. And I'm told that behind his property there's a farm, the Westphalia Farms, and about 200 or 300 yards down Highway 9 from him is Polson's Auto Mechanical, which apparently has been an auto repair business of some considerable time at that location. And my client has used that business.
Am I supposed to be muted?
My client has used that business for repairs, personal repairs, and he intends to continue to use that business for repairs to any vehicles that he may be dealing with by way of sale. And I understand that when he brought his application at first, at the end of last year in December, he failed to attend the meeting before council, and he apologizes for that. And thereafter, it was suggested that
email. Yeah. Clicked on the thing, obviously.
It was suggested that he contact the neighbors with reference to his application, and I will now ask him to describe what he has done in that regard.
Okay, thank you. Dimitri, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, good day to everyone. I would like to say I tried to speak with my neighbors and have a chance to speak with my neighbor from the right side. I tried to explain what's my plan, what we're gonna do, how's it gonna look like, what's mean the T plates for the vehicle in general, but I did not have any answers. she's a nice lady, but she's like, I'll think about that. And my neighbor, just behind my property, we didn't even have a chance to start the conversation.
Is that
So-
the one on Donald Road?
On Donald Road, yes. Because all our conversations, she started with swearing. So I was like, okay.
And if he's finished, I have a bit more to add.
Okay, do you have nothing else to add?
Should do.
You're good? Okay, go ahead, sir.
And Mr. Singh has indicated that there were two emails in opposition. May I inquire if those are new ones or those are the ones from December?
No, they're new ones, and actually they're from a J Mayer, and for the record, they would be on the record anyway, and a K Mikoluff.
Well, I don't know that we've been provided with those.
It is the same as.
Those Mayer, that was it, I believe. Mr. Baker, they're the same ones that opposed last time.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. Yes, I've had a chance to look at those. And I would like to make the following comments about those. There's some reference to the property values being decreased in the event that this conditional use would be granted. And I would suggest that such a comment is speculation. There certainly was no evidence attached to those emails that would have been provided by a real estate professional or an appraiser that would verify such an idea that there would be a decrease in property values to the neighbors. There's certainly not going to be any excessive outdoor lighting that's going to be added. And it also appears from those emails that the neighbors might have had the impression that there would be many more vehicles than the two vehicles that we're talking about as part of the application at present. I'm also told that the neighbors nearby they don't in fact live there full time. One property, as I understand it, doesn't have a residence on it, and the other one, the people, as I say, I'm told they don't live there all the time. In the end, my client is not expecting that his new business of selling vehicles at most two at a time would be disruptive to the community in any way.
Okay, thank you. Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Baker or the applicant? Deputy Mayor John Voss?
My question is, how many vehicles do you plan on selling per month? How many do you think you'll have an inventory on your lot?
Well, if I may just add, my understanding is that as part of the request, that he would only be entitled to have two vehicles on the lot at any one time, unless I'm mistaken.
Because currently, if I drive by there quite often, and there's vehicles that are sitting on RM property on a consistent basis, is that something that he would put back into his yard, into his lot itself? And also, there's going to be, I think one of the reasons why this was rejected last time was some of the neighbor complaints, as well as Metro Highways wasn't going to allow for access off Highway number 9, and now they would allow for access off of Donald Road.
Yes, I see from the letter that just that just came that there's no issue with the highways department right now, according to the application that he's making.
There was a letter from Highway that said that they're not opposed to it, but it cannot be off Highway number 9. It has to be off Donald Road. And the existing access on PTH 9 is to be removed and relocated to Donald Road.
Are you reading from the letter that just came?
Reading from October 6th, Manitoba Transport and Infrastructure.
Well, the way I read that is that where it says in the second paragraph, based on the information provided, we do not object to this conditional use application. It goes on to say, please be advised that the existing access onto PH 9 is to be removed and located to Donald Road upon any future development. So it's my view that that's not in reference to this application. That's if he did anything else.
Well, the previous application was rejected by Manitoba Highways because it was coming off Highway number 9. Because it's such a busy highway, having vehicles consistently turning into a business would have been something that was detrimental to safety. So I see that they did change it and they wanted the access off of Donald Road instead of PTH 9 as a condition. So that's how I read it.
Yes, but didn't you just say they changed it? They changed their position? That's how I read it.
In accordance with the rest of the paragraph, Mr. Baker, it says, the existing access onto PTH number 9 is to be removed and relocated to Donald Road upon any future development, as we would not support the intensification of use of the existing access.
Yes, but as I say, my interpretation of that is talking about future development. They set that out in that paragraph after they agree that they have no objection. They're talking about some change additional to the one that's being requested.
Council,
I think if there's an application for anyone else who wants to develop more than 2 cars at a time and have to come back to apply, then he needs to apply. That's the way I read it right on the back. I don't know, I'm guessing.
it's a matter of interpretation. Council members, Mr. Singh.
Just for council consideration, I've added a condition of approval that clarify from Manitoba Transportation and Infrastructure if this is approved. So they would have to reach out to the provincial department and they would send us email clarifying what they mean.
Okay. Any further questions?
Can you say that again? So if we approve this,
Right, so there is a condition of approval that they have to get confirmation from the provincial department. So if they require to relocate the access, the highways will tell them that. If they're not, then the highways will tell them that.
okay, that's good.
I just have one question of the applicant. So Deputy Mayor asked you, how many cars do you plan to sell a month? That wasn't it.
To be honest, I didn't think about that, but I'm hoping, I don't know, 2 a year. A year, yeah. To sell the vehicle, it's not that easy.
Okay. Any further comments or questions by anyone? Councilor Murphy?
Yes, I have one for the applicant. Does the applicant plan to only sell cars, or are we going to be looking at types of vehicles? For example, ATVs, side-by-sides, things of that nature?
No, I think it would be just a vehicle. And the only reason why I'm flying it, because I would need the D plates to move the vehicles around because the MPI changed all the restrictions and there is no way for me to buy temporary insurance in case if I need to pass the safety for the vehicle and not apply for temporary insurance. So I would need just a dealer place for the vehicle to move them around. So this was my point.
Good, Councilor.
Yes, thank you.
Councilor Slater.
My understanding when I read this, at no point in time, there will be more than 2 vehicles or trailer. So take them a year to sell 2 vehicles, or if you sell 2 in 2 weeks, then you can go and get another. This is my understanding. Am I missing something?
Was 2 on display. What it means. There's 2 on
2 or
display.
3.
Right.
Well, we don't get any more until those vehicles.
Condition number 8, number of police staff will have to decide if the number of vehicles on site shall be limited to a maximum of. The council will have to discuss number of vehicles within the two. And only one vehicle shall be permitted to be public display on the front or corner side yard property. Okay.
It's all the way around. It's like, or they just gonna have them for sale. And, it's-
Yeah.
I think all of that is here to play about.
Don't have to be permission.
So to the applicant, currently your car on display is on municipal right away, not your property.
It's still on my property.
It's still your
Yes,
property?
yeah, still on our property.
Any further clarification or comments, Council? Item 4.2.2, conditional use number 29-203-126 Sawchuk Drive. Mr. Singh, could you please proceed, please?
Thank you, ma'am. So this conditional use application CU 29-2023, the subject property is located at 126 Sawchuk Drive. The applicant wishes to allow for recreation commercial, a wedding venue on the subject property in rural residential zone. This is the conditional use repair table. The applicant is proposing a micro outdoor wedding venue. This is the location map. As you can see, property at the intersection at the corner lot on Sawchuk. This is the site plan provided by the applicant. There's a residence, a deck, and a pond with a detached garage and a garden on the property. These are the pictures from Red River Planning Enforcement from the side. You can see there's a pond on the property and an open deck. Another picture. For council's consideration, like I said, the intent is to establish a micro wedding pop-up event venue for outdoor weddings in the backyard under recreation commercial use. The applicant submitted a letter of intent detailing location, structures, parking, noise, and other operational aspects that were added to the docket for council's consideration. The applicant intends to run this as a family business within the hours of 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. We did not receive any objections during the circulation. We did receive objections from the neighboring residents that were added to the docket for council's consideration. If the council wishes to approve this application, our office recommends 11 conditions that are reflecting on the screen. If the council has any questions, that we have.
Thank you. Council members, do you have any questions, Mr. Singh? Great. The applicant, the president, would you like to speak to your application?
Yes, hi there.
I don't have to have you did sign in.
Yes, for number 29? Yes. Amanda Bettis.
Okay, here we go. Thank you. Got it. Okay, please proceed.
Not a problem. So to share a little bit about the business that we're hoping to run on our property, we have hosted several larger family gatherings over the course of the summer, and a number of our friends and family have asked to take pictures on our property because it's just beautiful. And so we thought we might open this up to weddings. When we say a micro wedding venue, please understand we're talking like 30 people. This is our home property. This is our principal residence. So in terms of things like operating until late at night, operating with loud music, etc., that is fully not our intention. We would like to wind up our evenings by 10 p.m. at the latest. We don't intend to be playing loud music on the premises. If there was a reception, we would absolutely be respecting the noise bylaws that are already in place. I've spoken with our direct neighbor. You may know from the site map, we only have one direct resident neighbor. The rest is railroad and farm property. That neighbor had no concerns at this time because they've lived next to us. They know how we conduct ourselves, so they're not concerned about what we would be doing on the property. We're imagining mostly afternoon or early events. If someone did want to have later into the evening or a louder event, we have a relationship with the Selkirk Community Church, which is not far away, and they have offered to make arrangements for a very reasonable fee for a rental at their property, that we could refer anyone who's looking for more of a party atmosphere to go there instead of do it on our yard where, well, my kids will be sleeping, frankly. So that's a bit of our intention. On the off season, when it is not wedding time, we may host occasional open house type events just to create some awareness of the property and give anybody who's interested a chance to come by and see the place in action. So one idea would be, I mean, I love to garden, so we were thinking we could have a pumpkin patch and maybe have an afternoon where people can come and pick pumpkins and kind of see the place. So anything where you might see in our paperwork, it says a pop-up event, that's kind of what we're talking, like a themed open house to sort of raise awareness and be a bit of friendly advertising to the community and give some families a chance to come out and have some fun. So that's our intention. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. I don't know of any objections, so if there are any, I'd certainly love to address those too.
Councillor,
That was my question. There is a letter of objection attached to.
I don't know those people. They're not my neighbors. They don't.
Letter of objection. Yes.
No, I don't believe I had access to them.
Just wondering how you're going to address those concerns that the neighbor had.
I'd love to have an opportunity. To my knowledge, they live several miles away from my home, so I don't know what they're.
okay, well, I believe they're present, so
Yeah.
Oh,
you'll have a chance. They'll have a chance to speak.
thank you.
Is there gonna be any wedding tents, like large tents that you'll be renting for the premise, or?
Occasionally and upon request. At this time, I don't own a tent. I'd be interested to see what the demand is before we decided to put up that sort of infrastructure, for lack of a better word. At this point, we have a couple of outdoor spaces on the property that we've sort of designated. And as you saw from the picture, we do have a large covered deck. So in the event of inclement weather, we would be able to move the outdoor celebration just under the deck. That's our plan at this time. Yeah.
Hello, parking. We're
Happy to tell you, if you want to show the site map again, please, Mr. Singh. At this time, just between our house and garage, we're comfortably able to park 8 to 10 vehicles. There is also an additional gravel parking pad. If you look at the bottom left of the screen, you can kind of see it just off of Sawchuk Drive there. There's access almost halfway into the trees there at the property. That parking would also be available to us. So comfortably on our property, we believe that we would be able to park 12 to 16 vehicles, which should be sufficient for the size of gatherings that we're looking at hosting.
Any further questions? Okay, we'll just go on. Okay, I think we have some, there's a Benny Van Door on this sheet from Petersfield.
Oh, I wrote it in the sheet.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, you did.
The Torrance Farm, Church.
Brenda and Eric Cox.
Yeah, but Jenna Church, sorry. Jenna Church from Clondeboy. Which application are you here?
Sorry, I was for that one. I grew up on the yard that's right behind them.
Here for this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I'll call on Derek or Brenda Cawson. Would you like to speak to the matter, please?
Good evening. Yeah, well, a few questions have been answered since I've spoken. Still concerned about the parking. I think it's going to be a lot. And size of tent, of course. Will it always be 30 people? Is there room for 80 people, 50 people? That's how you monitor something like that. Noise is another consideration. We are neighbors to a lot of the people along Sawchuk Drive because it's farmland and it's vacant land right now. It's green space, but down the road, that green space probably will turn into residential over the next some time. So which means there will be more people behind this property we're talking about. And that's our concerns, parking, noise, and length of time. 10 p.m. is a pretty early time to shut a wedding down. I'm old,
My
and I think
yard.
a lot of weddings. You know, so just bear that in mind. I've never seen a wedding at 10 o'clock yet. So if it is, it's a flop. So anyways, that's just my concerns, and that's about it. Some questions have been answered, but I'm in doubt with some of these answers that I heard.
Okay, council members, do you have any questions for Mr. Cawson? Councilor Slaker?
Whereabouts are you located to the address?
We live on 6076 Highway 9A, just off our driveway is off of number 9 Highway 9A. But our property runs straight west to the CPR line. It's vacant farmland.
Oh, you own the vacant farm.
That's right.
Behind our property.
That's right. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
And also, I just like, how many years have you lived in this particular?
Oh, okay. Well, you have to address the chair.
Okay.
So we'll.
Yeah, I just wondered because I know there's been several residents that have come and gone from that particular piece of property. And never had any issues with anybody. We've been good neighbors and we've got good neighbors to the north of us, so along such a field. But anyways, these are concerns that we have. And like I say, that green space isn't going to be there forever. Someday down the road, there will be more homes built because it is rural residential. And we feel that this may be a hindrance to the up and coming development of the future property.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Jenna Church, would you like to speak to that? Do you have any comment?
No.
Okay, but you checked off, you're in opposition.
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Betless, could you address the questions of the number of people, like, do you have a limit on the number of people that you're gonna have in the yard?
Our intention is 30 to a maximum of 40. We don't think that it's that we have the space to comfortably host more. And really what we're after are those smaller, you know, during COVID that these smaller weddings became more popular. This is the niche that we're looking for, is really like just a few close family and friends. We're not looking for any sort of wild parties. As you can tell from our application, we're limited by the amount of parking that we can provide. And so that's partially dictating the number of people. Our intention is to vet the people who are interested. I mean, this is my home. So if I don't feel comfortable renting to them, I will simply say no. So I can set what the number of guests is that's appropriate. I can set the time of day that the wedding ends and that they can carry on a party elsewhere if they feel the need to. So frankly, if someone is looking for something different than what we're setting out here, then my property is not the place for them to get married, really. I don't feel uncomfortable setting those parameters as part of the booking process. I think that's just being a responsible homeowner and being responsible with my family's home as well.
Okay, thank you. So what hours of operation, like would it be 7 days a week?
No, absolutely not. No, I am full-time employed as well. We would be looking at Fridays, say someone wanted a Friday evening wedding, 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Saturdays and Sundays, 10 to 10. That's it.
Council, do you have any further questions?
I have one question. In your site map here, you have the two wedding venue placements. One kind of on the corner next to your neighbor. Is what would be in that particular spot?
We would likely be having ceremonies. It's the top left of the picture. You see where the arrow is that's sort of giving a measurement. It would be the top right of that wedding venue area that we would be pointing the weddings towards. So away from the neighbor's yard.
But there would be obviously something going on right next to your neighbor there.
Their house is a fair ways away from that. I have spoken personally with that neighbor. They mentioned no concern because they know we're not loud neighbors. We have no intention of loud music for extended periods of time. Wedding ceremonies usually are on the quieter side of things. The wedding venue site that you see on the front there, yes. If we did need to rent a tent for a specific wedding, that is likely where it would go.
You mentioned the tent. What size tent are we looking at? Do you have any idea?
That's a good question. I have done a little bit of research on tents. Oh, it's pretty big. I mean, the space that we have marked off there is 100 feet from the front tree line to the house. There certainly would be room for any size of tent that we would need. It would be based on how many people and what kind of use of the tent, and we would supply accordingly.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, thank you. I'll move on to the next matter. Additional use number 30 Del 203 803 Fort Erie Road. Please proceed.
Use applications Q3 2023. The subject property is located at 803 Fort Erie Road. The applicant wishes to allow for a wedding venue on an agriculture general zone. This is the conditional use request table. As you can see, the applicant wishes to establish a wedding ceremony and other family events venue at the proposed property. This is the location map that we see the property that the intersection of Fort Erie Road and
Link later.
This is the site plan provided by the applicant. This is the agriculture building that's about 9,200 square feet and that the applicant wishes to use for wedding venues. This is the picture by Red River Planning and Enforcement. This is the barn. So for council's consideration, the intent is to establish a wedding venue as an incidental use under recreation commercial. The applicant submitted a letter of intent detailing locations, air photos, and other operational aspects that were added to the council docket. This application is resulting from a request for compliance due to starting a business hosting multiple events without obtaining prior approvals. Red River Planning notes that the 9,200 square feet horse farm was established as an agriculture building and would require permits to comply to the recreation commercial use for public under the Manitoba Building Code. Additional permits will be required for change of use, any structural changes, installation of sanitary services, renovations, and bringing the buildings up to code. We did not receive any comments from the province, but we did receive multiple objections from the neighboring property owners regarding safety concerns and law enforcement issues. If the council wishes to approve this application, Red River Planning recommends 13 conditions that are reflecting on the screen. Thank you. If the council has any questions, I'd be happy.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions of the planner? No? Okay, thank you. Could we get?
One question here. Could you just go back a few photos to the, okay, I noticed that there's a, I guess, a barn or a building, and then there's a building that is attached to that building. Is that all
All the same structure.
That's all the same structure. Okay, how about the building on the left?
That is a detached accessory. So this is an agriculture zone. You can have any number of accessory buildings.
Okay. So what I'm looking at is one very large building that is actually joined together.
Yeah. 90 to 100 square.
I don't know if this is for you. Is there any comment of how many people were looking that we could put in that building for any event? Or?
I believe in the letter of intent, the applicant said somewhere about 150 to 200.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Go ahead.
With just some clarification on the 2-year time limit, similar to the last application too, but it's a 2-year time limit. And if any point in time, any of those conditions that are put on the conditional use aren't met, then the conditional use can be revoked at any time, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why just 5 years.
This year's 5 years? Okay, that's what's on the, okay, but we can put 1 year.
Yeah, the council can decide the number of years and change that.
Okay, can I have the screen back, because I believe the applicant is on. Thank you. Okay, John Winthrop. Yes, you're the applicant?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Well, good afternoon, Councillor, Madame Mayor. Don't look, my absence at your hearing today is not a sign of anything other than I have a conflict of other hearings going on today. A very busy day here in Manitoba, beautiful day. I wish I was out there in the town hall. I've been there before. So it's not a reluctance on my part to be there. I wish I really was. My client's in the hall there today. I'd like to thank the Red River Planning District for their presentation and the information they provided to you. I'll give a little bit of context. The property is 80 acres. The structure is 9,200 square feet. We are on the northwest corner of Highway 67 and Linklater Road. Apologize to anybody in the audience if I mispronounce any names out there. I'm terrible with names and pronouncing names. This wedding venue event is very important to my client's community. They've had events in the past. It's raised concerns with the residents in the RM and Red River Planning District. My client contacted me back in August to speak to me about how to bring this into compliance with the Red River Planning District and with the RM and with the neighbors. Certainly, he wasn't aware of all the regulations that are out there. We are working very hard to bring it into compliance. The Red River Planning District has suggested a number of conditions of approval. I'd like to actually add another 7 onto it that I'd be happy to read off to you in a moment to make sure that we have not only the regular regulations under the zoning bylaw, the sound bylaw, the noise bylaw, that we're also following the building code, that we get all the proper permits in place for this to take place moving forward, and that the property is well monitored, regulated, and adhering in compliance with all regulations and bylaw. That's our goal and outcome here. Certainly, my client and the folks that he brings onto the property want to join the community and want to be respectful of the community and adhere to the regulations that we have in Canada and Manitoba. Huron and the RM of Alexander, to be good neighbors and to be part of, like I said, the overall community. The types of events that are on there are more intergenerational, a mixture of young and old, weddings, birthdays, that type of thing, generational events. It's not a live music venue with a bunch of young hooligans coming out there. This is more for families to celebrate milestones in their lives and in their community that's important to their community and their beliefs. This is an important venue for them out on the highway here. I did read all the letters that the residents have submitted. Certainly, I will try to address them by suggesting the following 7 additional conditions be attached. Condition 14 would be that sound attenuation be installed on the structure for the purpose of dampening noise. Number 15, that large overhead or sliding doors remain closed during any live music events. Number 16, no live bands or musicians be allowed to play outside of the structure. Number 17, no multi-day events shall be allowed on the property. Number 18, no outside temporary canvas buildings or tents associated with the venue be allowed to be established. Number 19, no fireworks or other similar types of displays shall be allowed on the property. Number 20, I think is really important for you, the neighbors, as well as for my client, that notification shall be provided to the RCMP and the RM administration offices a minimum of 48 hours before each event. That way the RM understands, the RCMP understands, and the neighbors understand that we are having an event or when an event will be occurring and that they can monitor it. It can be regulated, that all the bylaws can be enforced upon the participants at the event. Again, my client and the people who are attending this property for the venue, which is strictly the building itself, is a former horse barn that's being converted to a wedding event. They will upgrade it to make sure that they are dampening the sound, that we're meeting any kind of fire code to get a building occupancy. They just want to use the hall. They want to be respectful to the neighbors. They want to make sure they're getting along. Things that happened there in the past, deeply apologize. I think it's a learning lesson for everybody involved to acknowledge and recognize the municipality's role in this, that there are regulations, there are things like zoning bylaw and noise bylaw, and that to follow them is to be a good neighbor, and we want to comply with them and bring it into code and follow all the regulations, plus additional, I would say at least 20 more regulations that would be very specific to this piece of property to make sure that we're in compliance and that we're ever in violation, the municipality and the enforcement can happen on it. So again, my apologies for not being able to be there in person. My client, I believe, is in the hall there. We greatly respect your decision-making and your authority here. And we just want to make sure we're getting along as much as we can with our neighbors to allow this venue that is very important to my client and his community to occur in a very peaceful, joyful manner. I'm open to any kind of questions that you might have of myself right now at this time.
Thank you. Council members, do you have any questions? Winkle? Councilor Department?
How do you propose to mitigate the noise? You mentioned sound dampening. Like what exactly are you referring to?
Yeah, we can soundproof the walls. Sound attenuation is something I'm more familiar with actually with residential structures near the airport, Winnipeg International Airport. I know St. Andrews Airport is also important, but the Winnipeg International Airport, there's under the a bylaw in Winnipeg, you can sound attenuate your building. Same thing, my client's proposing to put in soundproofing. It might be a combination of additional thicker drywall and batting along the walls, etc., to prevent noise from escaping the building. Essentially, we want to contain the noise inside the structure so it's not spilling out. You might be familiar at your house. Some people will do it inside their laundry rooms where they'll sound dampen their laundry rooms with thicker drywall, sound batten in the walls, types of insulation to deaden the noise of a washer dryer inside their house. So it's not, spreading throughout the rest of the dwelling. That's something that we're proposing to do here.
Yes, I have actually just comments here. Parking and noise. Okay, first of all, this venue is located in Winnipeg. This is located in an area where there's a lot of traffic and a lot of what I would call residual noise. It's located out in the country. And what ends up happening is when you have a venue out in the country, no matter what you do, the noise will vary. It's just not the same as a venue in an urban area. Second concern is parking. That there's a grass field is going to be used for parking. Okay, grass fields is fine, but it does rain here from time to time, and grass field may be rendered useless. I'm wondering what type of backup plan you have.
Well, I'll address the parking. Is the site is 80 acres, so we have sufficient space on the property to accommodate parking. If need be, we'll bring it up to whatever standard the RM feels necessary. If that's gravel, certainly that's gravel. If it's a wet, muddy field, then I can't expect people attending a wedding or another event where they're dressed nicely, parking their cars and getting all muddy and dirty. People are not able to park along Highway 67. I don't believe there's parking. Like, you're not going to park along the Linklater Road there and walk down a gravel, roadway or shoulder to get to the venue. And so, if the site is not able to accommodate parking, I can't see it spilling over into other properties or onto the surrounding roadway. It's just not feasible. But certainly, we'll bring up the parking to standard if that's necessarily here of gravel or graveling an area. And making it more suitable to whatever the RM feels is necessary to accommodate that. When it comes to noise, I remember doing, this reminds me a lot of hog barns I used to do 20 years ago in Southwest Manitoba when I lived out there and worked. When the intensive livestock operations went in there, sound and scent is very subjective. A noise or a scent that might be tolerable to some people might be intolerable to other people. It's very subjective. Yes, there will be noise. Car doors opening, etc. It's all we'll do our best to make sure it's dampened. The property is almost completely encircled with a forest of trees. It's sheltered, which helps absorb sound. Again, we'll soundproof the building, but there will be noises, there will be sounds. That is entirely subjective. One sound might be too much. We've attached, and we're willing to attach several conditions to try to address the noise, such as the dampening of the walls, no fireworks, no live music, nothing happening outside the venue, that all the noise is within the venue. And any other noises are hopefully just background noises of cars leaving or coming or etc., which would be allowed with a farm operation. I've lived next to farm operations with tractors backing up and beeping, beeping, beeping. A farm operation has also noises too. Sometimes that's too much for some residents. Farm operations have sense, such as pigs and hogs, etc. That's too much for some residents, but is acceptable to others. So we'll try to do what we can to address the noise. We certainly don't want to cause it a concern, but certainly I can't eliminate all noise off any kind of farm operation or any kind of wedding venue.
I do. If we could just go back to parking again, there's a long road from 67 highway to the venue. Do you plan to use that for parking?
Not ideally. We've got enough field space and area next to the venue, closer to the venue, where we can use for parking.
Yeah, assuming the field space is unavailable.
If we need to gravel the field space to make it available, then that's something that RM could add as a condition, that we gravel that parking area and bring it up to a standard that is acceptable to you. Ideally, if people are coming and going, we can't block our driveway. We need that driveway for access for fire, as well as police, emergency services to be able to attend the venue and event. We don't want to clog that route up, especially if there's an emergency at the venue, a medical emergency or whatnot. So ideally, we don't want to be parking along the driveway. I don't think you want us parking along the driveway either. And you can add that as a condition, that no parking be allowed on the driveway. Again, that's another condition you can attach. That would be monitored. That would be condition 21. That could be attached and enforced and regulated. And condition 22 could be graveling of the parking area up to a standard acceptable to the Red River Planning District and to your council.
Councilor Slater, are you finished? Councilor Slater?
I guess my only question is washroom capabilities and all that. What are you doing for that?
Their washrooms have been installed, and if the building code requires more bathrooms, then we'll certainly bring it up to whatever the building code requires for bathrooms and washrooms.
Okay, to the septic field or just portable toilet?
No, there's bathrooms installed in the building, and if need be under the building code, we still have to go through the building code process. And if the building code says we need to have more bathrooms per person, then that's what we'll do. And that requires more plumbing permits, and that's something that we'll do. If we have to bring in portable potties to meet the zoning bylaw, or sorry, the building code requirement, then that's something we'll examine. But certainly we want to make sure there's washrooms and facilities that's, I believe, regulated underneath the Manitoba building code.
Councilor Murphy?
Just one more question. What do you estimate the cost of this to be?
Sorry, the cost of the building?
No, the cost of doing all the renovations and updating and work that's going to be done to bring this to boat.
No, I don't. I wouldn't have that figure with me right now. Of how much it would cost to add all this up to bring it up to sufficient for code. I don't have that number today with me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Is there alcohol being served at these weekend events?
My apologies, you cut out there for a second. What was the question again?
Served at these weekend events?
Weekend events, yeah, these are strictly mostly weekend events from springtime to the fall.
Is there alcohol being served?
They have to, if they do, right now my client doesn't have a license. If other people want to get a temporary license from, I'll call it from the Liquor Control Board or whatever they're calling themselves today, that's up to the individuals, but he hasn't had that. He doesn't have a license, and he's working with MLCC or whatever they're called these days, to either get a licensed facility or how to deal with it. He's had a few other people go out and get temporary licenses for their events, but it's not really part of what he's doing in terms of licensing event. This is more family orientated, not really a licensed kind of party thing.
Any further questions, Council? Oh, go ahead.
Since this has been brought up, how many events have been going on? Is it every weekend, every other weekend?
Yeah, he's had more than, no, I would say since throughout the summertime, almost every weekend.
And that's Friday, Saturday, Sunday?
I believe it's more Friday, Saturday, or Friday, Sunday, or Saturday, Sunday, and not typically Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay, thank you, Council. Any further questions? Okay, we have a number of people in competition. I'll go by the list. So, Ken Nichols, would you like to speak to the matter?
Yeah, we're the two buildings over from it. What's the distance from your building to our first neighbor? It isn't very far and there isn't many trees. You can see your building right through the trees very clearly. And I know the people that used to live there. So a lot of what he's saying isn't very accurate. So I'm dead against this.
Okay, thank you. Betty Nichols? Okay, he's here for support. Okay, thank you. Jordan Boudreau. I believe you're online, Mr. Boudreau.
Yes, ma'am. Hi, guys. I'm Jordan Boudreau. So I live just down the road. I'm on 846 Fort Garry Road. I'm not going to say too much here tonight, but I am strongly opposed to this. I've got 4 children at home, and having wedding venues here every week, 200 plus people with alcohol involved, going till midnight is not something I'm interested in. It's not why I moved to St. Andrews, and I have some serious concerns. So thank you.
Thank you. And now, if you'd like to speak again,
yes, please. Actually, I have a letter. Can I stand up for you, or should I speak it?
sure you can. You've submitted the council. We have it in our packet, just the letter that you originally submitted.
Okay. Should I read through that, or?
Yes, you can. For the record, yes, please.
Dear I'm at St. Andrews Council. My name is Kent Knapp, and my wife Gabby and I are permanent residents of 609. Sorry, I'm a little bit shaky because this is very sensitive for me. We would like to submit our opposition to conditional use permit file number 30-2023 concerning property located at 8834 Third. My wife and I moved to the RM of St. Andrews in June 20. The choice to move here is because of the RM's close proximity to Winnipeg, as well as its rural surroundings. We've been blessed with many warm summer evenings, the sounds of crickets and frogs as we sat on our deck, admiring the night sky. We have enjoyed the peace and serenity of the area in which we live until recently. Late spring of 2023, we received a visit from our new neighbor from 8034 Terry Road. He met my wife, but not myself. He introduces himself as, and I apologize, sir, I don't mean to mispronounce, Teti, and provided a business card. He is a realtor for Maximum Realty. He stated that he was going to use his newly acquired property as a hobby park. He extended an invite for my wife and myself to attend a restaurant in Winnipeg, which is owned by his brother and himself, and he would take care of the dog. For the record, we never took it out. As time went on, my wife noticed several semi-loads of sod, as well as concrete being delivered to 8034 Terry. This raised some suspicion, but giving our new neighbor the benefit of the doubt, we didn't question it. Weeks passed, and one of our neighbors stopped in to alert us that Mr. Teddy had told some other neighbors that he is planning on opening a wedding venue business on the property. That raised our concerns since we are the closest neighbor to his property. Our house is approximately 200 feet from a horse barn that will be used for receptions. Now that I've explained some background, I will prove that this permit application should be filed. Number 1, holding wedding events without permits. We have documented proof on several weddings that were held without the possession of a conditional use permit. The safety of the attendees was put in jeopardy by Mr. Teddy since there was no professional authorization that the building or property were safe for such events. This disregard for safety is not acceptable. Number 2, performing renovations without permits. Not only is this a safety concern for all persons attending the events, it is also a disregard for municipal laws. Mr. Teddy is a licensed realtor for Maximum Realty, and surely he was performing the work knowing that permits are required. Number 3, disregard for municipal noise bylaw and law enforcement. We have documented several instances of loud music past the 11 p.m. cutoff time, as well as Mr. Teddy telling the RCMP that the RM had given him permission to have weddings on his property. Number 4, general welfare of residents. As per section 106, subsection 1, numeral 2 of the RRPD Planning Act specifically, council may reject the application or approve it as long as it will not be detrimental to the health and general welfare of people living or working in the surrounding area, or negatively affect other properties or potential developments in the area. If allowed to proceed, this cannot hold true because unwelcomed, loud, disruptive noises from music, traffic, and crowds of people impede one's quality of life. Added traffic in the area increases the potential for accidents and trespassing. High potential of decline in property values, since most people would choose to not live near a wedding venue. There was a statement made in another presentation earlier today that there was no evidence of that. I actually have a real estate agent with me today who's licensed, and she will speak on this, if the council so chooses. Number 5, events limited to a single day, no overnight stay. On page 3 of John Scott Winthrop's application, section 3, subsection I, it states that events are a single day, there will be no overnight stays. We witnessed campers on site, as well as heard car horns and vehicles locking and unlocking early in the morning after an event. We have also documented occurrences of events spanning 2 or 3 days. In fact, in his presentation a little bit earlier, you heard him say Friday or Sunday, Friday, Saturday, and he waffled on that. Unsuitable parking. On page 3 of John Scott Winthrop's application, section 3, subsection L, it states that parking will be on a 30,000 square foot grass field. This was already addressed earlier. I have similar concerns regarding mud and rain. Further on the site plan, it shows a parking to the west of the building or in the side yard that will be used for the events. As per the RM of St. Andrews zoning bylaw 4066, it would appear that the closest classification for this type of business is home industry, defined by the zoning bylaw as a small commercial business or industry conducted primarily in an accessory building. Dwelling by the residents, where such uses are clearly secondary to the main residential character of the dwelling. Regarding the location of the parking, bylaw section 3.16.3.15 states additional parking requirements for customers may be provided in the rear yard. No additional parking spaces will be permitted in any front or side yard. Since the application states that the parking will be in a grass field, which again is against zoning and bylaw, presuming that a grass field is not up to municipal standards, and then I just state the 3.23.7.4 surfacing, all off-street parking and loading areas, including driveways, access aisles, and maneuvering areas shall be surfaced per municipal standard. Number 7, outdated septic systems. As per recent information obtained by a licensed realtor, the property at 803 Fort Turner Road is equipped with an ejector system for disposing of effluent. It is a fact that Manitoba on-site wastewater management systems allows the use of sewage ejector based on some strict guidelines, but it leaves the writer to wonder whether or not this includes the proposed recreational commercial use. A system designed for a 3-bedroom residence has a different sewage requirement than a 200-person living. Since the application makes no mention of updating these systems, it is assumed that this has not been taken into account and potentially has an environmental impact. In summary, the unlawful actions and dishonesty of Mr. Teddy and the questionable suitability of the property to safely host these events is a reason to deny this application. Furthermore, there is no guarantee that there will be no negative impact on the neighborhood residents. Dear Council, please help keep our communities safe and peaceful. We residents need your help to ensure properties and quality of living are maintained to the high standards expected. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Mr. Winthrop, perhaps to shorten the time frame, if you want to make notes, we'll have you address, address any comments made by those in opposition at the end.
Yeah, yes, I'd like to do that. Can I address them now or?
No, we'll do it all at the end because there may be duplication, okay?
Yeah, I would like to address them, certainly.
Robert, Shirley?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I also submitted, I'll try not to duplicate as much as I can. Thank Ken for your letter. Also myself, my wife, my twin daughters, we're residents at 637 Linklater. We've been there for 10 years. We moved out of the city to be able to raise our family in the country, safe, somewhere we enjoy it to be. During this time, we have seen changes. We're actually one of the oldest residents now on our street, which is kind of weird, but there we are. Many of our young families are starting to develop on Linklater within the 1 mile radius of 803 Fort area. We are seeing them ride their bikes on the roads, playing hide and seek and tag when we didn't have to worry. This has now changed. I don't really think I can actually get through this. On August 19th,
Mr. Knapp notified me, because I was up in my lake, of the party going on. Since then, we came back, we reviewed our cameras, we have property cameras. My daughters reviewed it with me. They're 7 right now, and they want to see what that's. They no longer want to go on the roads. I was going to have them speak here today, but I didn't want to cloud anything. This is the community that we don't want. During that weekend, there was multiple vehicles that pulled into all of our driveways. My comment to Mr. Knapp the next morning was he had the most expensive driveway barricade that I've ever seen with his 3,500 Dodge sitting there. On July 27th, people, the applicants that are at 803 were notified that they were in violation. Since then, within my letter, they've continued construction. They've continued to have events, as August 19th was the last one that we know of tonight. They've had a complete disregard to our bylaws, our community, our families, our safety. The driveway going into that plot is less than 15 feet wide, which has now brought up concerns with people that I know at the fire department, the RCP. During my time there, I've seen that property be lit up on fire twice already, including the facility that they're in. That's why there's an extension on that building. Because during that time, they actually added on after the fire. I do not believe this is safe for our communities. I believe it's safe for the road that we live on. I don't believe 200 vehicles leaving at 11 o'clock at night on Highway 67. Or if anybody's been around here and seen how many accidents. There's been no discussion on, but I believe that we should have asking questions to highway, our police department, my law officers, the safety that we need for.
Thank you. Paulo will listen. You checked off user for information. Do you have any comments to make? Okay, fine. Monique Mulgad.
Hi, I've lived in this community since I was in grade 5, which was a long time ago. I lived on Linklater Road with my family growing up. I moved to the city for 5 years and then bought property right on 67, just 4 houses down from where this is. And I lived in the city for 5 years. I hate the noise. I hate the traffic. I come to the country for peace and quiet, not parties and, huge events. We're talking 80 acres. They haven't even talked about what the rest of their going, if you guys change the zoning on it, does that give them carte blanche to just go crazy and with everything? I don't know. I don't know all the rules behind everything. But as they've mentioned, Highway 67, it's 2 lanes only. There's not, like number 8, they had a problem with, or number 9, they were saying the highways had trouble with that, and that's 4 lanes. If you've got 200 people coming in and out of this place on Highway 67, it's going to cause all sorts of accidents and, backups and noise and more noise. And that's not why I live in the country. I don't want my place ruined by having a big, huge venue next to it.
Thank you. Okay, Brittany Tatarn. Would you like to speak to the matter? You're not.
Yeah. So my property actually is my field that's upstairs. And we've had people that have been looking for the wedding venue, actually trespassing on our property as is. I have a young family and it's like, we don't play outside as much in the evenings. The traffic, especially on that August 19th night, it was constant, which also made us feel very unsafe. I live in the field in the middle of nowhere for a reason. I do enjoy my peace and quiet. That's my biggest thing. Also, because our field's bad up, what is to say that they're not going to trespass? How are they going to make sure that they're not trespassing into our fields and now ruining the field that we work hard on, and go into our forest we have over there? We also have a pond because we are part of a natural creek line. What is to say they're not gonna go into there and something happens and then it ends up on my shoulders for it all. So I am completely against the whole thing.
Okay, thank you. Cody Kucharn, do you have anything to add?
No, he's not here.
Okay. Cassandra Morrison.
Hi. So I grew up on Linklater Road. I am 34 and I've lived there most of my life. I just bought a house back there with my family 9 years ago at 645 Linklater, just down the road from them and them. We've also seen the changes, the work happening without the permits. We've heard the noise. And I also have a daughter and we're concerned about the sound and the safety. My driveway is directly across from the large field where they're saying the parking could happen. So that's a huge concern for us. And like Miss Lindell, I believe, said, what's to stop them from popping up another building there? I would just like to keep it how it's been for the last 34 years of my life and how it should be. I'm all for a weekend party once in a while, absolutely. But Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all the time, I don't believe it's for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Winchuk, would you like to address some of the concerns raised by those of you spoken?
Yes, absolutely. And first, I like everybody up and spoke and wrote in letters. I do appreciate comments from the residents. And I think there's some positive to take out of that. Some concerns about the people using other people's driveways and fields. I talked to my client about that. One of the things that was happening was Google Earth was directing people down Linklater Road, thinking that was how it was to access the property. He started addressing it with people coming to his venue, and then certainly he can provide better signage on his site, temporary signage on the day of the events to direct them to his driveway and only to his driveway. And people can not avoid, driving down Linklater and accidentally driving down somebody's driveway. I can appreciate that would be upsetting to see that constantly. I think with some signage, some better information, some better maps, some cooperation from the venues and from neighbors, actually, that we can direct people to the right venue and address that one concern right away. One of the things I'll take my takeaway from this is I think St. Andrews is a very inclusive, open community and welcoming to people. I've been out there several times. I've worked out there on other projects, and I've always found it very inclusive. And I think my client moving forward, there were some unintended consequences and some things that he didn't know of. Just like some of the comments being said tonight, I think there were some of the comments might have been unintended, where you don't really understand the harm that might be being dealt with. So, we've heard the comments. I think we can address all of them. I think we've proposed several new regulations to attach to this 20. We are not expanding the building. He never expanded the building. The building was built as is. We can add additional conditions that we are not going to have outdoor field parties or etc., things like that. He's not looking to grow the business other than using the existing building. He's not going to expand into other parts of the property. He has no interest. Council can attach that as a condition to regulate that, to make sure that he can improve his fencing to ensure that people are not crossing from his property into other properties and vice versa. He can, like I said, put better signage on the day of events to notify people to just go to his property and not drive down other properties. We're prepared to notify the RM, the neighbors, the RCMP whenever he's having an event, 48 hours beforehand, to make sure everybody is aware of what's going on and where the event's taking place. I think a lot of this was perhaps miscommunication in the past. I think miscommunication on all parts. I think this is something new from my client. And in defense of my client, I work with several people across Manitoba who don't always understand their building permits, building requirements, occupancy permits, zoning bylaw, liquor regulations, things like that, business licenses. Some of them are savvy people who have lived here all their lives for 40, 50, 60, 70 years, and they understand that they need licenses and permits. I've dealt with more than one graduate barn that was constructed without a permit. then the old farmer passed away, and then suddenly there's no permit for it, or there's this, or it's too close to the property line, etc. I've dealt with a lot of those too. So in fairness to anybody in the audience and across Manitoba, I don't expect them to be savvy like me, spending all day long reading these regulations. I help a lot of people out, and I'm helping my client here in his community. He's expressed to me more than a few times he really wants to get along with his neighbors. He's bought this property, he's invested in it, he wants to invest in the community. More of his members of his community are moving into the area, and they want to make sure they're getting along with all their neighbors and everybody else. So we're proposing several new regulations on the property. We want to get along, and we're open to hearing more regulations, whether it's adding gravel to make sure parking is adequate, adding directional signage, notification, etc. Again, our apologies for not kind of implementing this better into the community, but moving forward, we really want to work with the neighbors and make sure we're getting along with everybody to allow this to continue moving forward. Again, I'm open to any kind of questions, and I do thank the residents for their time, for coming out, speaking so well and passionately about their community and where they live. And safety and security are paramount, I think, on everybody's mind, and we want to make sure it's paramount for them as well as for the venue attendees and for the property owner. I turn it over back to council now. Thank you.
Council members, do you have any questions or need clarification from Mr. Winthrop? Anything further? Okay, we'll move on to the next item. Conditional use number 31-2023-671 Poplar Avenue. Mr. Chief.
Thank you, ma'am. This is conditional use CU31-2023. The subject property is located at 671 Poplar Avenue. The applicant wishes to allow for a two-family dwelling in an agricultural restricted zone. This is the use table. As you can see, two-family dwelling requires a conditional approval. This is the location map. As you can see, the property gains access from Poplar Avenue. This is the site plan provided by the applicant. This is a rendering provided by the applicant. There's houses on sides with a combined garage. This is the main floor plan. This is a site visit, picture from Red River Planning Enforcement.
That's not the one. That's the property next door.
That's a wrong property.
Okay, the property is currently vacant. For council's consideration, the intent is to establish a two-family dwelling with an attached garage on the subject property and to provide separate living quarters for the aging parents. Two-family detached buildings are listed as conditional use. This was circulated to the RM administration. We did not receive any concerns on this. If the council wishes to approve this application, we just have two standard conditions. This conditional use is limited to what is being proposed. Any changes will require new approval. Number two, the applicant owner obtains all required permits from Red River Planning District. Thank you. If the council has any questions, that we have to ask.
Thank you. Council members, do you have any questions? Brian Foyle, you're the applicant. Is there anything you'd like to speak to the application?
Yeah, just that was not a picture of the property. The property is currently there. This project kind of came about a year and a half ago. The reason for it is to actually care for our aging parents, like it was discussed in my letter of intent. One is in a fairly old home that's going to require a bit of an extensive renovation, and this came to light a year and a half ago when we had my father-in-law move in with us, and we had to care for him in his final days, and realizing we didn't really have the home that's equipped to care for somebody that's in a wheelchair or bedbound. All the properties surrounding our family owned, so we want to keep this property in the family and actually make it comfortable for either my wife's parents or my parents if they need be to be able to move in and kind of live more comfortably and get out of the two-story home that they live in. It's all a main floor home. It'll be easily accessible for them. Unlike the farmhouse that's kind of on the corner there of number 8 and Poplar, that's where my mother-in-law is currently living. And it'll need quite a renovation if it's need be that she ends up in a wheelchair or has some mobility issues. I kind of spoke to my letter of intent saying, I do understand like this is all in a perfect world. I'd like to build this and everybody moves in and it works out okay. If in the time being, we kind of suspect in a year to 3 years that one family member will be living there. But in the time being, if we do have to rent it out, this isn't going to be like a a weekly rental or a hunting lodge or anything like that, guys or girls come hunting or kind of go around the area, it'd be just a long-term rental. We still do have to pay for it. Also, my wife and I discussed that we do not want our parents moving into a care home at the time when they can't care for themselves in their home. And with the kind of the emergence of in-home home care now, self-managed, you can actually stay comfortably in your home for a farther extended period of time. So that's why we're designing this home the way it is, where there is one residence and then there's also a bedroom for somebody to stay and help care, whether it be family or hired out. And like I said, this is family property that we have no intention of selling. We want to keep it all together for this generation and future generations.
Okay, thank you. Council members, do you have any questions? Thank you. Dale and Andy, do you have any comments to make?
No, we're just residents along Poplar as well. We were thinking of doing something similar, so right now we are happy to see this going forward if possible.
Thank you. The next matter is 320 Parkdale Road. Conditional use number 33 Mr. Singh, please.
This is conditional use applications. Public property located at 320 the applicant wishes to allow for a home industry, car sales, use to operate on subject property in AR zone. This is the use table as I said. The applicant wants to sell cars. This is the location map that you can see property in access. This is the site plan provided by the applicant. There is a shop that is gained by a second access. This is the picture from Red River Planning Enforcement. This is the second access that used to the attached building. So the intent is to sell car businesses, and for council's consideration, this was approved in C-34/2010. The property owner was required by the council to renew the conditional use every 2 years, which is a standard condition, but it went unchecked. The owners are expected for a 2-year renewal period to be removed and increase the business-related activities to the vehicles to 10. If the council wishes to approve this application, Red River Planning recommends 10 conditions that are reflected on the screen. Number 10 has been highlighted. The council can add a number of years or remove this condition like the applicant suggested. Thank you. If the council has any questions,
Thank you. Council members, do you have any questions? Thank you. Okay, Eric, Nadia, Adriana, you are the applicants. Do you wish to speak to the applicant?
Yes, please. Good evening, Council and Mayor. This is regarding the conditional use for 320 Parkdale Road. Recently, we became aware of the issue that was missed on our part, that it's supposed to be renewed every 2 years. We have complied with every single other condition. I just want to read the letter first and then come back to any other issues. Our family has been a resident of St. Andrews for the past 13 years. We also have been fortunate enough and approved to run our car sale repair business from our residents. We are respected members of community who do our best to give back by volunteering and supporting local businesses. The main request here is to ask council to kindly renew our conditional use with slight changes to previous conditions when we purchased the property, and now we actually do business with them. For the past 13 years, we did not have any complaints or issue on personal or business levels. We do have frequent inspections from our organization, which controls our business permits. In this particular, it's MPI and vehicle standards. We keep our property clean and organized, not to mention every few years, we do improvements every year, and every 2 to 3 years, we do a deep clean of the property. This past month, we have installed a very large fence around our shop. We are asking kindly to remove the 2-year period, as this was originally missed on our behalf, because once every paperwork was filed, you don't go to that paper frequently. That's not something you file every single time. So when we file everything with MPI vehicle standards, it was just put away. And until this recent fall, I was shocked to find out that this was happening, and this was not our intention in any way to not comply with that. Other conditions were met on regular basis and there was no concerns. We're asking to remove the 2-year period or extend it, as this is the primary income in our family, and with over 35 years of experience, my husband has no future plans to change his profession. And we also have invested our life savings into building this large shop on our property and developing to accommodate this. We're asking to increase the number of vehicles to 10, as originally mentioned in intent letter. I will expand this in details. We do have a storage facility nearby. And due to the privacy, I'm not sure if you want me to disclose the location, or is that okay to leave it? Okay. Not in honesty, there is no 10 vehicles ever in a property. We don't like to have a clutter. We're a small business. It's one person. He's the owner, fixer, seller. So it just gets very difficult to move the vehicles back and forth from storage facility by a tow truck when the parts arrive or they don't arrive. It just moving back and forth and damaging the vehicles. It also becomes a problem when it's in a cold weather. You're opening up the shop, you're losing the heat, snow on the way. The facility that we are renting doesn't get a frequent clean of snow, so we have to move the vehicle there with a tow truck, realize it's 3 feet of snow. Now we bring in the Bobcat. Now we're cleaning. We're spending 3-4 hours doing that. So this is particular reason why it's just a little bit more convenient to have few vehicles instead of running in those weather. You might have recently heard in the past 2 months, our family has become victims of privacy violation, trespassing, threats, harassment, false accusations. It's clearly a personal attack on us because we were not interested in suing the RM of St. Andrews for simple fact that people who purchased next to us didn't do their due diligence and assumed that this was just strictly a residential area. It's clearly not. We all have businesses around us. All those issues have been reported to RM by law officer in our CMP. We also find it a little bit disturbing that people who are threatening us are volunteer in our community in a local fire department and paramedic. We are very unconfrontational people and always try to help people in need or simply do a good deed. Never ever we had a conflicts in this matter, especially with the neighbors. There is only 4 residents here on Parkdale Road. 2 of them has businesses. 1 is an older couple. There is a neighbors here who in the past 12 years, not only our neighbors, but became friends, and they're here to support us, for which we are really thankful. There are a few residents on Parkdale Road, specifically number 150 and 288, that has businesses similar to us approved and clearly got out of control and looks very messy. You can see it from the highway. As you know, we've been here for 13 years, and that's not us or our intention to in any way to be. I have attached the detailed sketch, which does show the shop is parking. There is no changes to anything we have been doing in operating. And the changes I'm asking from original condition are just simply as I explained, just for the convenience and to make life a little bit easier. We thank you for your time and everybody who was involved in this process, and hopefully take our statements in consideration.
Thank you, Councilmember. Do you have any questions? Councilmember Atkins?
Yeah, just one question. Do you do heavy trucks or any other type of vehicle? Strictly?
It's just simply vehicles, and like I said, it just.
Okay, vehicle as in a motor vehicle? Like,
motor vehicle, yeah.
We'll
Yeah.
call it a car.
Yeah, car or truck.
Car, pickup truck.
Yeah, pickup truck, yeah. Yeah, and that's something, like I said, we have been doing. Originally, it started in a garage, and we have applied for permits, and we do have a shop on this, and we try to separate our property almost like in 2 sections. One is residence and one is business. And none of the concerns that has been recently brought up was anything to do with a business or anything. But when we start looking into the issue, something arose, and we right away wanted to fix this. Like I said, this was not an intentional miss on our part, for what we apologize.
Any further questions? Or Councilmember Peterson?
Thank you.
So just to clarify, there's been no change of business since 2010, and simply.
No, it's the same thing.
Because the 2-year period
Yes.
extension was missed. Okay, thank you. Susie and Richard.
Good evening. My name is Susie Knowles, and we are a neighbor 2 doors down from Merrick and Adriana. We're here in support of renewing their business for conditional use on their property as they are requesting. We've been neighbors for 12 years, and throughout these years, we've done business together and gotten to know them on a personal level and have become friends. They built their shop shortly after we moved into the area, and we've purchased several trucks from their business for our own business. We know Merrick does fantastic work, and we know that we can trust the work he does. With businesses across the street from us and now a commercial development coming up literally behind us, it only makes sense that business must go on. Although they are not directly beside us, we know how hard they work. They both work. We see Merrick working in and around his shop all the time, and we see Adriana keeping her yard clean and tidy. In both personal and professional sides of their property, the yards are always well maintained. These two are hard workers, and they have always also raised 2 kids at this location. This is their home. This is their business. This is their bread and butter. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Fine, thank you. Next matter is variation order number 100-2023-548 River Road.
Everyone, this is variance application number 1. The property is located at 548 River Road. The applicant wishes to increase the maximum combined floor area of accessory structure from 1,200 square feet to 1,928 square feet, and increase the number of allowable accessory structures from 2 to 3 in suburban residential. This is the variance request table. So the combined area will be increasing from 1,200 to 1,928, and allowable buildings. This is the location map. As you can see, property gains access from the River Road. This is the site plan submitted by the applicant. This is the River Road. This is the existing house. This is the existing garage and shed, and this is the building. The picture from Red River Planning Enforcement. These are more elevation plans. As I said before, the applicant is wishing to construct a detached garage, increasing the floor area and increasing the structures. The property is zoned urban residential and designated settlement centers. And this was circulated to the RM, and we did not receive any objection. The council wishes to this, we just have standard conditions that are. Thank you. If the council has any questions, I'll be happy.
Thank you. Council members, have any questions? Sean Smith, so, the applicant, do you have anything you wish to add to your application?
It's been a long night, but just basically, my wife and myself have we've lived in St. Andrews about 12 years now. We decided to downsize just because our children are getting older. We found our dream property on River Road. I'm an avid paddler as well as my family. I'm an active member of the Red River Paddle Challenge, which promotes recreational activity on the Red River. I've developed quite a collection of kayaks, ranging from 3 feet long to 20 feet long. I need extra storage for them, as well as vehicles. Our driveway is very narrow. The existing garage only has a 7-foot door. I cannot park my truck in there. I am a journeyman carpenter. I do keep all my tools in my truck. I don't conduct business out of my home. I just basically need I'm a portable business, I guess you could say. And I would like to be able to park my vehicle inside an enclosure overnight and when we go on vacations. So thank you for this. As I sit here tonight and listen to everybody speak, I'm very thankful that we have the opportunity to all be heard and that you've dedicated your time to this. So,
thank you.
Pretty awesome.
Council members, do you have any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is subdivision number S233015, 5460 highway number 9. Mr. St.
This is subdivision application S233015. The subject property is located at 5460 Highway 9. The applicant wishes to create one lot in the rural residential zone for future residential development. This is the subject property. The applicant wishes to separate the house that is at the front. This is the subdivision application map. As you can see, the lot is going to be here, and there's going to be a concept that's going to be on the residual lot. This is the zoning compliance table. Both the lots meet the required acreage and width requirement of the rural residential zone. The subject property is designated general development. The proposed subdivision is consistent with the development plan objectives and policies. It complies with the zoning bylaw requirements. There is an existing concept on the residual lot. It would require variance approval for accessories prior to principal. Manitoba Transportation and Infrastructure requires the relocation of existing driveway or redraw the proposed lot so the property boundary is down the middle of existing access. Conservation and Climate requires septic field to be decommissioned and a holding tank be put in. Aside from the general requirements from the RM on taxes and personal levies, we did not have any concerns or objections on the subdivision. If the council wishes to approve this application, we just have 6 standard conditions. Thank you. If the council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Councilmember. Do you have any questions, Ms. Planner? Okay, Sharon Merritt, you're the applicant. Is there anything to speak to your application about?
It's pretty straightforward.
Pardon?
It was straightforward. So
Okay.
I had nothing to add.
Oh, and Ivan is on the, as no speaking of. Okay.
Yes, we're good.
Stephanie Robinson. Do you have anything to add? Or Angelica Robinson? Very quiet. Angelica, did you want
Say hello.
I can hear.
Sorry, I'm just having trouble hearing you. The volume, I have it maxed out and it's still very faint.
Okay, the planner has given his presentation and you're noted here for information. Is there anything that, were you able to hear the planner?
No. You have information.
Okay, well, this is for subdivision on 5460 Highway 9. Is there anything that you would speak to on that matter, on the matter?
The only concerns that my husband had was just, this is just zoning to make it into residential lots? Is it only making into single family homes, or is there a chance for it to be side by sides or apartments or condominiums?
No, that's not the application. The applicant is seeking to subdivide the property to create one new lot in the rural residential zone for future residential development.
So it's just being zoned into making one big lot.
One lot. There's no mention here. We're not dealing.
Already zoned rural residential. They're separating the house from the residual portion.
Use them.
Were you-
Okay, well, if this isn't a hearing for, if it's just a hearing for zoning it into one lot, then I guess we don't have any concerns.
Okay, well, and what's in our council packages, there was a previous application for this parcel at 172720. However, the prior registered owner missed the deadline to register the certificate of approval with land tenants. So that's why the application is on here today.
Okay.
Thank you, Council. Over next item. Next item is 424.2 subdivision number S22-017, Edith Avenue. Mr. Singh, could you please proceed?
Thank you, ma'am. This is subdivision application S 23-3017. The subject property is located on Edith Avenue. The applicant wishes to subdivide the property into 14 lots into suburban residential zones. A proposal will also result in an internal room. This is the location map. As you can see, the property gains access from Edith Avenue. This is the subdivision application map. The applicant is proposing a road and that ends in a cul-de-sac and is proposing 14 lots. This is the summary of the proposed lots. As you can see, all the proposed lots meet the 15,000 square feet and 100 feet width requirement. So they're all in compliance with the current zoning. As I said before, the proposal meets the intent of the settlement central policies and objectives. It's compatible with the existing lot sizes and in the vicinity. Water management recommends that all future structures be provided with flood protection. The RM is requiring a drainage plan, a grading plan, and a development agreement. Those are standard conditions of approval. Other than the requirements related to taxes, levies, and entering into an agreement, we did not receive any objections or concerns on the proposal. If the council wishes to approve this application, Red River Planning recommends 8 conditions that are reflected in the agreement. Thank you. If the council has any questions, I'd be happy to.
Thank you, council members. Do you have any questions? No? Okay, Willem Van Dorp and Vincent Van Dorp. Do you have any, or I'm sorry, is the applicant here that wishes to speak to the application?
Yeah, right here.
Yes, do you have anything to add other than what the planner and the public can present to you?
Yeah, not really, other than, you know, we just got back from the planning board a couple of weeks ago, so I know everybody's concerned about the drainage and where it is and that, but we'll be working on it and we'll do everything the right way and we've done in the past. We own Pine Ridge Village Mobile Home Park in St. Clements, so we've been through this a number of times and we know how to develop it.
Thank you. Council members, do you have any questions? No. Okay, Vincent Van Dorp will be, do you have anything?
Vincent Van Dorp, we farm and own the quarter section to the north of the proposed subdivision. Our main concern, and it's maybe the real concern, is the effect of, and already has been, the blockage of drainage from the field. If you could bring up like a satellite image, if possible. If you, in the middle, on the south side of the field, towards the middle, you can see a little bit of coloring where the drain would go towards the lots. And the whole field drains from the north and towards the south. So already it has happened that they have filled in the drain on their lot, which essentially blocks our land from draining. To my knowledge, this is not allowed. You can block the natural flow of land or natural flow of water. When I found this out, I brought it up to Councilman Hunt in April. I also brought it up to Trevor at Public Works, and they said, yes, this is not something that can be done. And there are other issues in the area that need to be addressed, but I have not seen or have heard of anything that has been addressed with that. So our main concern is that as long as water can flow as it normally does or naturally does, that gets amended or is done properly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just a comment that now this is the time that we can put a process in place to make sure that drainage is adequate.
Okay.
As part of the engineered drainage plan that the planner had talked about.
Okay, and our concern right now is that the drain that was there, that natural drain, has been plugged. So come springtime, any water flow from the north to the south has nowhere to go. So our land gets flooded.
So the engineered drainage plan will take that into effect maybe.
Fire and water license. Municipality, or relocated in such a way. I know that there's a parcel grant. Water licensing or water, this is water. For this subdivision, so will be addressed.
Councilor Slayton?
So would that be addressed in the next couple of weeks before it snows, freezes, and comes spring, the floor guy is flooded?
So the drainage plan would take several weeks to months to prepare. It wouldn't be something immediately that would be done.
Okay, so we,
You can add it in.
correct me if I'm right, we've heard that they've done away with the original drain, with the drainage pathway that was there. So don't we have to say in the meantime, like, so we get all that all needs to be opened up again?
Yeah, the condition be remedied as soon as possible. I mean, I believe there is infraction.
Oh, now it works. Now I can hear it clearly.
Is that something that we are able to put a time frame on, or?
Absolutely, like the time frame. I know we're getting close. These won't anymore.
But I think we'd want it done properly, like have it engineered, like temporary is not proper.
No, obviously temporary is not proper, and temporary might affect what they want. To put it back to the way it was is what it's grading, right? It's an excavator with a laser to put it back to the way it was.
Like it was more of a low lead drain than kind of natural, but it did work, but.
Yeah, it was like you could, well, you can't see now because it's filled in, but the flow of the land went that way. That it got cut off once already with those lots on the southeast corner there, but they tied it in going to the road. Now, the proposed lot, they filled all that in to make the land level to put in the proposed sites.
Okay, well, thank you. That will all be covered. This will all be covered in the drainage, the engineered drainage plan, everything you want.
Yeah, like I said, it would have been done by now but we have to wait for the process, right? So 2 weeks ago, I got the process, so, now we have to start, obviously he's my neighbor, so we don't want to interrupt his farmland, and we'll do the best we can with the time we have, so freeze up.
Thank you.
So what I'm asking is, let's do it properly and get an engineered drainage plan. So it'll actually improve probably the drainage that it was there.
Yeah, like it is no concern to me if it goes straight to the east.
Okay.
If it goes straight down the middle along their desired road, whatever it needs to be.
But understanding it won't be done this fall.
No, somebody will, most likely me, have to be out there with pumps in the spring and put it somewhere.
Like I say, let's do it right though.
Yes, it needs to be done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
So just to comment, all subdivisions are approved conditionally, and you have 2 years to check off all the conditions. So the drainage plan, the historical impact assessment, everything needs to be done and checked off after the province checks it off. So you have 2 years to do that.
Okay, thank you. Councilor.
Which then means you could potentially be out 2 springs out there pumping out that water.
That won't happen.
Well, just so we're up.
No, it won't happen. I'm not gonna sit on it. Money costs these days.
Okay, any further questions? And hearing, seeing them, close the public hearing. Be resolved. Oh, I'm sorry, before we close up, I apologize. On the 126 Sawchuk Drive, I missed Jen Leslie. You were in support. Did you have anything else to add?
Okay.
This is the wedding day.
Yes, yeah, this is the small micro. Yeah, Amanda, is a good friend of mine. just, yeah. So everyone is aware, I do have interest, in partnering with Amanda in some ways. I have a marketing background, social media strategist. So in terms of helping spread the awareness for this event, should this get approved, we've been talking about how to come alongside and work together. So just want everyone to be aware of that. But yeah, I think as Amanda alluded to, there has been this niche that's been created since COVID where it's given people the permission to not go and have blowout things and events with their dad's third removed cousin and just people that they don't personally know. And there is, I think, yeah, a niche of people that want to celebrate their love, celebrate their anniversary, have that birthday party with just their people. And we don't, yeah, I know Amanda doesn't expect this to be her new career, but just wanting to, they're blessed with this yard that's beautiful and gorgeous, and how can they extend that to the community for people that maybe don't have that space to host that milestone event, that now they can, yeah, you have a few events throughout the year to come and do that. So yeah, I just know that her intention is not every weekend. Her intention is not to go bylaw noise hours and all of that. That, like she said, it's a farm residence. There's a residence for her family to enjoy, and they just want to live open-handedly and live.
Thank you. And again, my apologies.
That's the problem.
Thank you. We resolve that the council will close the public hearing for the October 10th, 2023 filing applications. Could I have a mover, please? Councilor Slaker, second, Councilor Mondor. All in favor? Carried. And I have a request for a 5-minute break.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Hi, everyone, we're starting again. Anybody wants to come in?
Thank you. Where the applicant on their tax number 208, the premises described 5616 highway number 9. The purpose is to allow a home industry to build on the subject property in the rural residential zone. Therefore, be it resolved that condition use number 28202 please be hereby approved by council with the following conditions. They were already on the screen. The hours of operation shall be Monday to Sunday between 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Council needs to make a decision on that. And vehicle parking associated with the operation must be contained on site as per the site plan. It must adhere to the requirements of the RM bylaw. Parking along PTH number 9 must be contained. And the question came up about highways, matter of interpretation of the letter from highways. And the other decision to be made is the number of vehicles on site shall be limited to a maximum of, it has been indicated to. Well, to put it on the table, could I have a mover, please? Councilor Sliker, seconder. Councilor Hunt. Okay, discussion by council. Deputy Mayor Darvas.
So I think that number 13 addresses the situation with the dog, and they have to sign off on it if that's their intent of moving the crossing.
Then may I suggest where it reads, to obtain approval from the provincial department of MCI if required, or it is required. So we can put the words if required.
It doesn't say if required. Applicant owner obtain approval. So
Oh, my copy that I printed off is required.
I would leave that in there.
You can remove it.
Okay.
Just about this, the here, dealer permits, when I last checked, it was about $10,000 to have a deal. So that's a retainer that you do with the method of the dealers. To sell 2 cars a year for a $10,000 permit doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. That being said, if the driveway is closed off PTH 9 and moved onto Donald Road, I wouldn't have a problem adding, a couple more cars to the conditional use over 2 years, or conditional use time for 2 years.
It's my understanding that it's 2 vehicles at a time. They come in, they sell, they go and get 2 more. If it takes them a year to do that, it does. If it's a lucky month and can clear 4 out in 1 month, that's good for him. He's cleaning it up. I read why it got denied the last time. It was set out to be quite a few cars, and unfortunately he wasn't able to. I agree, as Madam Mayor said, there's interpretation of what transportation is saying. The resident seems fine with 2 vehicles at a time only on his property. Is that what he's okay with? I would be okay with that. And I would maybe suggest, I did see that it had where it's conditional use for 2 years. If there's questions about that, then let's put it for 1 year. And let's give them an opportunity to fulfill, or as the planner always says to us, if any of the conditions are broken at any time during the conditional use, everything stops.
I think he gives the chance to think about it also. If he doesn't come clean on any of the conditions, it could revoke that any time. No, that's a tough one.
River Street, no.
Like, I think if he wants to go next time to 5 cars, stuff like that, then that's when the driveway. 2 cars. You know, one out there at a time. A lot of people turn down the whole road, 2 cars.
Any further comments by council? Are we ready to vote on the matter? Okay, all in favor? Opposed? The matter is carried. You're it's moving forward. Thank you. Number 4.7, number 29, where the applicant over attached to 200 the application for conditional use 29,023 to the properties described as 126 Sawchuk Drive. The purpose is to allow the recreational commercial micro wedding venue business on the subject property in the rural residential. Conditions were outlined by the planner. Surgery where the hours in item number 3, the hours of operation shall be Monday to Sunday between the hours to be noted between 10 p.m. for the applicant is indicated Friday, Saturday. And the last one is conditional approval as well as the period of 3 years expiring October 10th, 2025, subject to the listing. For an opportunity for council to review any complaints from law enforcement at this time. Comments by council? Council Martin?
I just have 2 comments and, well, this is 3 comments. Parking, noise, and,
I apologize, but what I printed off are the things and the things that were in the so is council okay with item number 50 hours of operation shall be between 10 and 10 p.m. on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
It's 2 to 10.
That's our budget. I'm looking on the screen. How about that?
Is it something that maybe we could add that no more than 40 people? I don't know, we just throwing it out there, there are people comfortable. I know I can have 40 people in my yard and it goes fine.
Councilor?
I, like Councillor Marecki, have some real concerns in regards to cars up and down the road, noise, how many people are going to be on these sites, close proximity to the neighbor. For those reasons, I won't vote for it.
Any further concerns? Because I believe Council Markey parking is addressed on under item number 7. Vehicle parking subject to operated must be contained on site.
He indicated though it should not be okay. Road is coming to the west.
And from what I see on the map, I'm familiar with the area that the dead end road is like a turnaround in there, it's all corner and it's all through land.
You have to drive up and down the road to get there.
Okay, this is a micro thing. I don't know how we could, the applicant, as she said, it's her personal property. He's gonna be basically interviewing the applicant, you know, that in the micro.
Again, I think there's a 2-year trial on it, and with all those things on there, if if by chance she stepped out of one of those, but then not the impression I got tonight, then it's no longer allowed, but concept is wonderful, I think.
Any further comments, Councilor, ready to vote? Oh, sorry, can I have a mover on this, please? Flaker, seconder. People corn, any further comment? All in favor? Those opposed? Thank you, it's carried. Good luck. Item 428, resolution for consideration. The conditional use number 30-022. Whereas the applicant owner tax roll number 22900 with the application for conditional use number 2023 for the premises described as 803 Fort Garry Road. The purpose is to allow recreational commercial use, brackets, wedding ceremonies, family events, and other special events business on the subject property in the A80 agricultural general zone. The planner outlined all of the conditions. They're outlined on the screen, items number 1 to 13. Okay, and the difference is the conditional approval is valid for 2 years, expiry October 10th, 2025. And the council subject to bylaw enforcement complaints may revoke conditional use within the 2-year approval period. That's it from the minutes of their comments by council.
Because my concern is the amount of complaints that came in about opposition for this, as well as the request for compliance already in July, which was somewhat ignored because they're still doing stuff to the buildings as of October 4th. That's very concerning.
Councilor Mondor?
I too have the same concerns, and with the residents seemingly almost all of them being in opposition, I think this business is far too big for the area that it's in, and with the close proximity to the other residents. I don't think they can keep the noise to a minimum, even with the noise dissipation that they're planning, without having air conditioning in this facility. There's going to be spill out into the yard, and I don't think there's any guarantee that Google Maps can change the location with people not driving down Linklater Road and impacting these residents with noise as well as the traffic. So,
Councilor Slaker?
I agree with a lot of what the councilor has said. I also am very focused in on, someone brought up the point that the septic field was made for a residential home. Now they're telling me that there are walk-ins in the thing, but if you're gonna have 150, 200 people, that's not gonna work. And then you're gonna also, 150, 200 people, that's an awful lot of porta toilets to be brought in. It just, and then where do you get the hand wash? Like, there's just a lot of pieces that I don't think have been completely thought out and put together. And my biggest point would be the traffic issue.
Any further comments?
No, I was going to bring up the washings as well. They didn't touch on how the what type of system or failure they have to bring the building to the washings. You need to believe that there's some type of septic, which I don't think we have to talk about that. What can I handle?
Thank you. Any further Councilor Markey?
Yes, there's something that really can't change, and that's the fact that you're in the country, notice travels in the country. The nearest house from the facility is, according to the person who lives there, is 200 feet away. 200 feet away is not a lot of distance.
Thank you. Any further comment? Can I have one more, please? Slaker, seconder. Councilor Mondor. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Oh, sorry.
This resolution paid.
Yeah, I read it all.
Okay, for approval, okay.
You approve it.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, I'll call the question. Yeah, Councilor Slaker moved it, Councilor Mondor seconded. All those in favor? Those opposed? Okay, so the matter has been defeated. But under Bill 37, we require a resolution in council. I'll call on Lisa, our deputy CAO, for reading of the wording required under Bill 37. Please. Okay.
Whereas council will consider the application of conditional use number 30, 2023, the Redwood Community District Development Plan, the Arm of St. Andrews zoning bylaw, and input provided from at the public hearing. Therefore, be it resolved that the application has been rejected on the following reasons. The application may generate negative impacts on the adjacent properties, and the application is not compatible with general agricultural and residential nature of the surrounding area.
Thank you, Graham. Please. Councilor Spiker, Secretary Mondor. All in favor? Carried. Councilor Dunn. Okay. Next item 4.9 is resolution for completion of the conditional three. Where the applicant already has to 3004 any drive as section 1 called the purpose is to allow two-family dwelling on the subject property. The owner submitted a site plan letter of intent and 40 documents relating to the property. Therefore, be it resolved that conditional use will any comment by council? Seeing none, in favor? That is carried. That is carried. Item 4.10, where the applicant owner and tax owner under the application for the premises drive 325 Hill Road. The purpose is to allow a home industry to a hard build on the subject property in the agricultural restricted zone. Therefore, be it resolved that the conditional use be hereby read by council with the following conditions that were read out by the planner. The only condition needed for discussion is item number 10. Yeah. For how many years subject to an extension? Councilor Spiker?
I say 10 because it's already been there more than 10 years.
I would agree. Okay, so item 10 will read the conditional approval of developer during the 10 years. Subject to extension. Any further comments or questions by council? Hearing and seeing them. Oh, sorry, again, could I have a mover, please? Councilor Feeblecorn, seconder, Councilor Mondor. Any further comments? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Addendum 4.11, resolution for decisions for variation order number 100-203. Where the applicant owner of tax roll number 2100800 indicated application for the premises project at 548 Middle Road. The purpose of this application is to allow the combined floor area and number of buildings on the property. The report condition read by the planner. Could I have a mover, please? Councilor Mondor, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dorenbos. Any further questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. It's been approved.
Thank you.
Agenda item 4.12, resolution for decision on subdivision number S233015. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. Oh, yes. Be resolved that the proposed subdivision S233015 be hereby approved by council with the following conditions. They were all read out by the planner. This was the one that was the time limit had expired for the subdivision. So could I have a mover, please? Counselor Schleicher, seconder. Counselor Mondor. Any comments or questions for council? All in favor? Carried. Agenda item 4.13, resolution of decision for subdivision number S233017. This is the one on Youth Avenue. Be it resolved that the full subdivision S233017 be hereby approved by council with the following conditions. And that is items 1, 2, up to number 8. And that were shown on the screen, with drainage being the main issue, and that will be addressed. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Hunt, seconded. Deputy Mayor Dornbos. Any comments by council?
Madam Mayor, if I may, on condition 2, where it's the dedication of public reserve lands, not exceeding 10% subject land or standard and loop. If we go the payments and route, it's to be addressed in the resolution, as per the planning act.
Okay, item number 2. 2D.
2D, yes.
Oh, we've done both before, but I think in this case, payment in lieu.
And that will be handled in the development agreement process.
Yeah, but it needs to be included in the resolution.
Okay, so then we will, item 2D.
And the percentage can be fluctuated based on what you decide here.
Well, it says dedication of public reserve lands not exceeding 10% subject land or payment in lieu. So can we just remove the words dedication of public reserve lands not exceeding 10%?
Say dedication of 10% of subject, or payment of 10% of assessed.
Okay, so please think about that word. Thank you.
Sorry, excuse me, you should put we're doing payment. I would leave it as it's not exceeding 10% or payment in the amount of, or not to exceed.
I have the assessed value.
Okay, so not to exceed.
Not to exceed $9,870.
Also, with that, then condition makes fine.
Yeah.
So all in favor? Carried. So, approved. Next we have is not a public hearing, it's subdivision number S233016, 953 West Road. Please present the
Thank you, ma'am. This is subdivision application as 23/2016. The subject property is located at 953 Pulaski Road. The applicant wishes to subdivide the property into one lot of 10 acres, leaving the residual lot of 70 acres. This is the location map. As you can see, property gains access from Pulaski Road. This is the subdivision application map. The applicant wishes to separate the farmyard from the cultivated portion of the property. This is the summary of the proposed lots. This is an A80 zone with the maximum area requirement of 80 acres and width requirement of 300 feet. So both the proposed lots would not meet the zoning requirements. But there is a policy in the resource and agriculture designation that supports this kind of this kind of an application, but the applicant needs to obtain variances for the undersized lots. ECE had said that the sewage ejectors should be decommissioned at the time of a subdivision unless the certificate of exemption has already been applied. And as per the applicant, they already have a certificate of exemption. Aside from all the general requirements, we did not receive any concerns or objections on this proposal. If the council wishes to approve this application, we just have 3 standard conditions that are reflecting on the screen. Thank you. If the council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Councilman, do you have any questions of Mr. Singh? Okay. Be it resolved that the proposed subdivision number S 223016 be hereby approved by council with the following conditions that are on the screen and outlined in our package. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Hunt, seconded by Councillor Mondor. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? The matter is carried. Do it. Item 5.1, draft, September 26th council meeting minutes. Be resolved by council about the September 26th, 2023 council meeting minutes as presented. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Mondor, seconded by Councillor Slaker. Has anyone noted any errors or omissions? All in favor? Carried.
I just.
Draft October 5th, 2023 scheduled council meeting minutes. Be resolved that council adopt the October 5th, 2023 minutes as presented. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Dubuquoin, seconded. Councillor Slaker. Any errors? All in favor? Carried. Item 6.1, bylaw number 487 to establish maximum speed limits. This is second reading. We resolve that council with second reading to bylaw number 4387, being a bylaw to establish maximum speed limits for those in the RM. Presented and presented. Can I have a motion? Councilor Steele. Thank you, Mr. Singh.
Good night. Right.
Okay, pass this bylaw along with the schedule of this from the growth. Are there any comments? Councilor Markey?
Yeah, I have a base number of comments. Okay, first of all, what I'd like to council do is reduce the speed limit on 3 primary roads. These 3 roads being Donald Road, Bay Road, and West Road. Reason why? This has been, I guess, been an ongoing issue for me to traffic that road. Spring. The 70 to 60 kilometers an hour. Residents have approached me issue and you in the past, and I suppose will continue to be but we come together. Reduction speed. Yeah.
That is for the whole airport property?
The whole airport. So what we'd be looking at is, lot 4 roads are going to have affected. Donald Road, and tracks going west. West Road would be 260. Tracks west. Eight road.
Comments by council?
I agree. I've driven down this road. People are going hard. There is a lot of traffic. Reducing.
I do know on our list, number 1, Bay Road is not listed on this list. Bay Road needs to be added. Okay. It's not on here. And I also know Donald Road goes Donald Road 1 to Donald Road 7. And they're
The 50 is out to the train track, and then there's, I think that's how they're kind of breaking.
Okay, and then after the main track west, it's 70. Okay, so then reduce all those to 60. Council okay with that?
I got one more.
Okay, Councilor Slater?
Just throwing it out. Because we all have river road issues, because people are angry at speed and everything going down. Now I realize the province will speak to it, but PRM will speak to them as well. I know my end of river road is 50. People have got to make our portion of river road 30. I get it, no one's gonna go 30. But it's a bigger ticket. And I don't know, would it look like we're trying to do something? Like I'm trying to find a resolution to the river road issue.
What portions do we have like
My end, and,
Or pretty all the way to the east section, all the way to Stephen Valley. It's Stevens and River, then south, you're in Salt.
I think it'd be 150 would be fine.
well, that's why I say make it 30, then maybe they'll go 50 or 60, I don't know.
Well, I proposed a double line all the way and they passing there, and you see every single day where we're going. And people are patient, so they're coming up behind these people driving 50. They see that passing lane, they're just going like 100 kilometers an hour in the blink of an eye. And that's you know, there should be no access on the highway.
I think that comes down to enforcement.
And the cost change always.
I don't know, I just brought it up there. I didn't know that was there this year, like I've been on River Road the last 2 weeks and I've had quite a few, I've seen people come very close to me going quickly and a lot of other people walking are like, hey, they're going too faster. So when this came out, I was like, hey.
Well, I think on our section, or pretty, there's not even yellow lines.
Oh, there isn't,
There's no yellow lines, they're very narrow. Getting to get that shit.
I have just one proposal, being Clanaway Road from Medicine Creek train tracks. So it's listed at 90. And I know that's, you know, Clanaway area doesn't have a lot of trails and walking paths. And Clanaway Road is a very busy road in the summertime for walking and biking. Like 70. That's paved. Well,
We're looking at Plantaboy Road, 05.
Medicine Creek to the railway tracks.
Currently 9 lane. So it's removed.
I drove down that day. I don't know how people got in
Reviewed, so, sorry, it was reviewed from 90 to 70. Mayor, council members, okay with that? Okay, with that, I don't know.
Okay. And there will be some other additions too once I. I'm not on here, so.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so then we've got, Council People Corn, moved it, seconded by Council Murphy, so we can give it second reading as amended. And then we'll table the third reading will be at the next meeting. The third reading. Okay, so I'd ask if council members, do you have any more, please email or please forward it. What's missing?
There was one of us received an email on Edith Avenue, the highways part in Petersfield. I know that's highway, but did any one of us, I don't know, I think I was feet on it, but we can put a recommendation in the highways, but I guess it's different signs at different ends of it. On Edith, that part from the highway to the church is highways, and then the rest of conference and municipal.
So it's on the highways portion.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
but it's
So what are we, when it's coming back for the reading in, we will add that as a separate item.
Okay.
To look at that speed on the highway portion and if we want to.
Edith Avenue. Yeah.
Okay, so then here, Council People Corn.
Sorry, with this, because we're talking about provincial now, in terms of speeds through Plantaboy, is that something that?
That's already being looked at.
Thank you.
Council Spencer?
We're going into traffic thing, and why can't we look at the, going down all of River Road?
Ron is well aware. I think things went in about that.
Mayor?
Yes.
Can I just point out in this current River Road listing, the sections that the RM, it has it listed as 70 right now. And so are you proposing that it goes down to 50 or goes down to 30?
For which road was that? Sorry.
River Road number 7.
I mean, the RM portion.
50. I would think it would be 50 a little bit.
I think 50 is, I would agree with 50.
They moved Lyle Drive to Highway 9.
Oh, that's all 50. Where's one?
That's 7, number 8.
That only got on here, Road 372, Isle Drive, River Road, PTH number 9, Lockport, 50 kilometers. But Lisa's doing a more in-depth, because there are risks, these roads will have it for third reading. So be it resolved that council the second reading to bylaw 4387, being a bylaw to establish maximum speed limits on roads in the RM as amended. Councilor Feeble-Corn moved it. Councilor Mareki seconded. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Carried. Bottom one has to be back.
Thank you for your service, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, so then we don't have to deal with agenda item 6.2, third reading, and we'll put over to the next meeting. Item 7.1, October 6th check detail report. Be it resolved, the council approved the October 6th, 2023 check detail report as presented. Do I have a mover, please? Councilor Carney, seconder. Councilor Moretti. Any comments?
My questions were sent in, but no answers today.
It was the long weekend.
All in favor? Carried. Agenda, please.
Point of order. We've exceeded our time limit for the amount of time we can have a meeting. We can pass a resolution to extend it till we can do that.
Okay, we'll be done, with 8:30, we'll be done by 10:15.
Okay, so I'll just read the quick resolution. Be it resolved that the Council of the RM of St. Andrews extend the time of the regular meeting to a maximum time of 10 p.m.
May I have a mover, please? Councilor Hunt, seconder, Councilor Sliker, all in favor? Carried. Item, correspondence for action, Winnipeg Metro Regional Plan 2050 consultation public open house, November 7th in Stonewall. Be it resolved that whatever members be authorized to attend the Winnipeg Metro Regional Plan 2050 consultation public open house being held November 7th in Stonewall. It's at the Quarry Park. At the meeting, this is where they expect elected officials to come. Is that 2 or 2:30?
So I can't attend that one. It's also 300 dates on there.
See, they chose this one for elected officials,
Oh,
the November 7th one. And that's our closest one, Stonewall for us.
I think there's two times there. Is there one in the morning, one?
The afternoon is the one for public officials.
Yeah.
Or elected officials.
but even the other dates are on the website.
No, they chose, there's 3. November 7th, because I confirmed it with Jennifer Ferguson, because there was lots of confusion about it. So they said the afternoon one on November 7th is the best one for public.
So Wednesday, November 7th from 11:30 to 1:30.
Tuesday, November 7th.
Or sorry, Tuesday, November 7th. From 11:30 to 1:30.
Yes. So who would like to attend? Councilor Maraki,
I'll go with you to the left.
Councilor Sliker, anyone else available to attend?
I'll try and go, but I don't know what is the difference between.
Because they were doing, it's more open for questions by public officials. Okay. That by elected officials, it's the public, then in front of the public. Okay, so be it resolved that Councilors Moretti, Sliker, and Hunt be authorized to attend Winnipeg Metro Region's Plan 2050 consultation public open house on November 7th in Stonewall. Could I have a mover, please? Deputy Mayor Dornbos, seconder, Councilor Moretti, all in favor? Carried. Document information sent, session, sorry. Oops, I gotta get back to me. I see that was changed now. I'm gonna print this. We resolved that Councilors Hunt, Sliker, Moretti be authorized to attend the John Q information session being held October 18th in Winnipeg.
I can't go with you.
Okay, so it's Councilors Hunt and Moretti. Is anyone else available to go? October 18th? No. Okay, could I have a mover, please? Mayor Dornbos, seconded. Councilor Moretti.
Again, there's 2 times on that one as well.
Okay.
We've
got the regular planning board up on.
Regular finance special meeting.
Council Moretti, what time? Item 9.2, John Q.
I guess from the 1:30 to 4.
1:30 to 4:30, Councillor Punch attending.
Yeah. No, I don't know.
Well,
Put it down for that one at a time, by maybe.
because the girls have to register you to go.
Okay.
So we get our agendas on Friday. Everybody should know what time they're attending.
It's just come out today that it was canceled.
Yeah, and you read it when it got canceled, so you should be able to know when you get the email, what time you're attending. This is a nightmare for staff.
I don't think this one doesn't cost nothing to register, and it's just, one person doesn't make a difference if they're there at 3 o'clock or 6 o'clock. So,
All in favor? Carried. Summer Biz 2023 Business Sports Banquet. Be resolved that I know the county mayor, so whoever else wants to attend, be authorized to attend Summer Biz 2023 Business Sports Banquet held October 19th in Selkirk. Who else would like to attend? I have a question. One moment here. Lisa or Brent, we've gotten another email. Normally, 3 mayors bring greeting.
Yeah, we haven't received that email yet. I haven't.
Okay, I'll be prepared.
Yeah, where you bring greetings and do a little presentation.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I haven't received that.
Okay, councilors, okay.
And it's on the 19th.
I know. Well, I'll have something prepared just in case.
Okay.
Could I have a mover, please?
So,
Councilor Hunt and Deputy Mayor Gordon, Councilor Secretary, have a question?
Does St. Andrews have a business that's up in the board in here, or why?
We don't know yet. Selkirk Biz,
Because we haven't been supporting public biz, but I guess that's what we got one, but so.
well, no, we've always gone, the mayor's bring greetings, we have this, that one, that we should Selkirk Biz. Even though we don't have, I don't think we've paid our membership yet, so it would be a constant discussion if we're gonna join, we still go to the events. Councilor Rondo, your question?
I just have a comment, I guess, about the $300 sponsorship.
We're not on that matter yet, we're dealing with this resolution. So be it resolved, mayors will be authorized to attend Selkirk Business 2023 Business Awards Banquet held in Selkirk on October 19th. All in favor? Carried. Next item, Selkirk Biz sponsorship request. Be resolved the council authorized sponsorship in the amount of $200 for the customer service award, which will be presented at the Selkirk Biz annual business awards banquet October 19th at the Selkirk Golf and Country Club. Could I have a mover, please? Councilor Maraki, Councilor Spiker, seconds. Councilor Wander.
I'm just opposed to giving $300.
That's been the history of this RM as far as I know.
History can change.
We present the award for the customer service award.
Well, fine, but we shouldn't have to be given $300 for the sponsorship for this, as far as I'm concerned. This is the Selkirk Biz, not the St. Andrews.
Well, it used to be the Triple S, it's the Chamber of Commerce, it used to be the Triple S, but I think that's still an issue that it was changed to Selkirk instead of Triple S.
We're here for financial responsibility, and as far as I'm concerned, $300 can be spent in better places.
Okay, well, we vote that, that's St. Andrews sponsors that award.
there's been lots of St. Andrews businesses that have won this award and other award. St. Andrews,
Okay, any further comments?
I support the $300 in this case.
I'll call for the Global Council.
I think we get a free ticket though, right? $300 gives us a free ticket.
I don't know.
Or not, yeah, I think it's,
yeah, letter says.
okay, so.
Oh, other than that,
Really, we're not paying $300.
we're paying $220. Just through class. Okay. So, all in favor of the $300? Those opposed? It's carried. Agenda 12.1, Be it resolved that the November 28th, 2023 council meeting is hereby canceled due to the conflict with the annual including Melbourne granted. Could I have a mover, please? Councilor Warren, seconded by Deputy Mayor Alderman Clinton. Third. I'm sorry. Correspondence for information is the Gaynor Family Library newsletter and the Gordon Howard newsletter. Does anybody have any comments about either? And that's normally for information. Under item 12. Oh, we already, I have my apologies. We did the council meeting. Now 12.2, tax sale reserve bid. Whereas the date for the 2023 tax sale has been set for November 15th, 2023, with the public auction to commence at 2 p.m. And whereas pursuant to section 372 of the Municipal Act, the municipality may set a reserve bid in the amount of the tax arrears and costs in respect of the property. Therefore, be it resolved that the Arm of St. Andrews place a reserve bid on all properties in the amount of all arrears and costs in respect to each property offered for sale at public auction. Could I have a mover, please? Deputy Mayor Dornbach, seconder. Councilor Moretti. Any questions by council? This is standard. All in favor? Carried. Attachments. RRPD multi-jurisdictional EA renewal, December 2023. Be it resolved that the mayor be authorized to sign the authorized entity acknowledgement statement for acceptance of the RM's contribution to the Red River Planning District for administration of ESRI. Could I have a mover, please? Councilor Moretti, seconder. Councilor Feeblecorn. This is a very good program.
I mean, absolutely. ArcGIS is a valuable tool. We use it not only especially now in my role as planner, but even in the engineering department and when the ladies are helping the front desk, especially any kind of needs that property owners come in, they can quickly get a phone number or civic and get all the information just like that. Very powerful tool, especially the desktop version where we can create our own layers and calculate any history of anything you can really think of, snow ridging, signs, culverts, drainage, ditches, it's all being expanded upon. I think it's something we should be doing for the foreseeable future. And our new manager of infrastructure and myself have been discussing about future implementations to it by use of just tablets or things for other public works staff when they complete installations of culverts and roadworks and things to capture that and upload it seamlessly. That's thinking a little bit ahead in the future, but it's something that's possible if we continue the program. I would really appreciate it.
That's nice. No problem. Any questions? Councilor
I guess this is over and above the cost that we're giving to Red River Fund. This is part of over and above the $80,000 that we're already supplying to Red River Planning.
This is all, the breakdown is all in the package attached on your agenda. RRPD plays paid 60%, no, 40. They paid 40.
Yeah.
All the RMs.
A 60
yeah.
Split.
They split.
So we're paying about $8,000 a year for what I
it's all on
can
the
remember. Yeah.
They did the whole breakdown is on the attachment. Okay, any further questions? All in favor? Carried. Opposed? Carried. Item 12.4, signing of development agreement, conditional use number 41-2021. Whereas the developer is required to enter into a development agreement with the municipality as a condition of approval for conditional use number 41-2021. And whereas the development agreement has been prepared to include the items being necessary by the municipality. And whereas the municipal engineer has achieved the engineered lot grade and drainage. Now therefore be it resolved by the council of the RMC and authorized the sign of a development agreement with the Manitoba Métis Federation. Could I have a mover, please? Deputy Mayor Dornbos, seconder, Councilor Mondor. Any comments or questions? I believe Councilor Moretti, you had,
Yeah, I just had a concern about the wording. Okay, okay. There was, an issue with, the amount of, vehicles traveling, to and from the data center. And, there was a section, I just don't have it in front of me right now. It was section 8 under the movement. What I'd like to do is just tighten up the wording a little bit. I don't know, anyone pull that up? Right
it's under 8.1 of the draft development agreement.
Right.
Hawthorne Place traffic. And the current wording is, in the event that vehicle or pedestrian traffic on Hawthorne Place generated by the daycare center becomes unsafe or problematic in the opinion of the municipality, the owner may be required to provide, construct, or contribute any mitigation measures to reduce or resolve the traffic issues on consultation with the municipality. It currently reads may be required.
Yeah, I'd like to either replace it with shall or some other stronger language.
Usually it's may or shall for the words you use.
So it's council in favor of rechecking and then replacing may to shall.
Sure.
With the start of it. Okay. So that's item 8A. Replace may with shall. Everybody's okay with that? Any further comments? Okay, we'll call the vote.
Ready.
Oh, I just throw me out every time. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 12.5, medical first response service agreement. These engineers will be authorized to sign a medical response service agreement with the municipality to provide non-transporting emergency medical response or the licensed medical response service on behalf of Shared Health. Can I have a mover, please? Councilor Pinkelhorn, seconded by Councilor Mondor. Comment? All in favor? Carried. Next item will be old new business. 12.6 new business. Yes, Councilor Hunt asked to be added on.
Yeah, if you could write a letter. Thank you.
Other than that, pass. Thank you for sending letters out. Congratulations. You should consider the premium too.
Yeah, And when we're elected, we all get letters
We get
from
letters from-
everybody.
Valley and the MP.
Okay.
No support.
Yeah, I can drop something, right, then we'll just get off the news, very often, send an alarm letter.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Council's fine with that? Okay, good. Thank you. Next item is in camera. Be it resolved that council move in camera at 8:47 PM to discuss matters that are at preliminary development and respecting which discussion of public discussion is the municipality's ability to carry out its activities or negotiations, as well as legal and personnel issues. And be it further resolved that the members of council agree to keep in confidence a matter that is discussed at a meeting that is closed to the public as it's at 163, and that the committee decides to keep confidential until the matter is discussed in a meeting of the council or the committee conducted in public. That one over. Councilman Monder seconded. Councilman Eagle, all in favor? Very. We are in count. Be it resolved that council moved out of in camera at 9:55 p.m. Could I have a mover, please? Councilor Slaker, seconded by Councilor Wander, all in favor? Carried. We have one item coming out of in camera, one resolution. Agenda item 15.1, AK Soccer MOU. Be it resolved that council accepts the memorandum of understanding to allow the municipality to enter into an agreement with AK Soccer Academy Limited for the development of the airport recreational land once all items have been finalized to the satisfaction of the municipality. And furthermore, authorize administration to proceed to prepare a formal agreement for council review and authorization to execute. Could I have a mover, please? Councilor Feeble-Corn, seconder, Councilor Marecki. Any comments? All I can say is this is exciting and there will, for the public to know, there will be an open house. This is just the beginning of great things to happen in Commanders. So all in favor? Carried. Next item is adjournment. Be it resolved that the council meeting be adjourned at 9:57 p.m. Could I have a mover, please? Councilor Sliker, seconder, Councilor Hunt, all in favor? Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Recording.